And it looks like Seattle Down Under's gone in now. And they're off. A good beginning, Golden Wind being hustled to the lead, Absolute Chairman also being asked for some speed, with Beyond Talented to his outside. A gap of 3 back to Seattle Down Under, who's racing on the outside of Le Grand Garçon. They're spread out by about 8 lengths as they race onto the backstretch. It is Golden Wind up by 3. Golden Wind and Sofia Vives making the pace. Beyond Talented is second, ahead better than Absolute Chairman. They went the opening quarter in a pretty quick 22-3 into the headwind with less than a half mile to race. It's a gap of 5 more to Seattle Down Under, and Le Grand Garçon still racing at the back as they go into the turn. Golden Wind still yet to be caught. The lead is 2.5. Beyond Talented ridden along from second, a neck better than Absolute Chairman, who's also asked for some more. Seattle Down Under tries to launch a rally and is gaining some momentum with Le Grand Garçon still at the back. 40, 5 and 4 to the half. Golden Wind is opened up 3. It is Golden Wind and Sofia Vives leading the charge as they race down the stretch. Beyond Talented second, not today for Absolute Chairman. Seattle Down Under, and here comes Le Grand Garçon storming down the far outside. The closers are coming to Golden Wind. Golden Wind's lead is short-lived as Le Grand Garçon sweeps to control. It's Le Grand Garçon and Deshaun Gaskin, a last diverse victory to open up the day. Seattle Down Under was second, then Golden Wind and Beyond Talented. 6.5 furlongs in 1:18-4. And they're off. Beautiful start, Moment of Zen showing speed. To the rail is the Swayze Express. Here comes Persevere, and now Fajardo splitting horses to take control. As they race out of the chute, the pace setter will be Fajardo. Collaborative lands in second on the outside of Moment of Zen. Bill Needle is fourth, racing wide with Persevere between horses. The Swayze Express is along the rail. Then it's a gap of 2.5 to Discovery Chart. Field is spread out by about 7 lengths front to back. The opening quarter was 23-1, and Fajardo is still in control. Fajardo by 1.5. Moment of Zen angles to the outside with Collaborative third. Bill Needle still deep on the course as they go into the turn. Room up the fence for the Swayze Express. A gap of 5 to Persevere, who's being joined by Discovery Chart. Fajardo still loose on the lead, 2.5 lengths clear of Collaborative. Bill Needle moving well in third. The Swayze Express is fourth, about 5 lengths off the leaders. Then Moment of Zen, Persevere, and Discovery Chart. 46-4 to the half. They're gaining on Fajardo now. The lead still belongs to Fajardo, but Bill Needle is into second with Collaborative there. Now, Bill Needle and Collaborative take control. The Swayze Express has room up the inside, but still has 3 lengths to make up. Collaborative and Bill Needle duking it out in the final 16th of a mile. Bill Needle going a bit better. It's going to be Bill Needle on top. Bill Needle by 1.5 over Collaborative, then Fajardo and the Swayze Express. 6.5 furlongs in 1:19-2. And they're off. Snell Flick out sharply from the outside, but Spirit Bell is rushing out for the lead with Getting Ahead. Love My Cheryl also forwardly placed. Moonbright advancing into the pack, and the early trailer is going to be a gal for TJ. It's a compact group. The whole field is separated by 3.5 lengths. They race within the half-mile pole, and getting ahead has a narrow advantage. A half length over Love My Cheryl, Spirit Bell racing between horses past a quarter in 22 and 2. Moonbright looks loaded along the inside. She's into third with Snell Flicka also moving up as Spirit Bell begins to backpedal. A gal for TJ still races at the back. Just over a quarter of a mile till home. Love My Cheryl now takes the head in front of getting ahead. Moonbright is angling to the outside, and wide on the course is Snell Flicka. Here comes a gal from TJ from the back. 5 across the track with 1/8 of a mile to go. It is Moonbright trying to get ahead of getting ahead. Love My Cheryl is tired. Snell Flicka down the far outside. Here comes Moonbright putting the challenge to getting ahead. Moonbright gets the advantage. It's going to be Moonbright at the wire. Moonbright and Kirk Johnson by a length. Getting ahead was second, then Snell Flicka and a gal for TJ. 5.5 furlongs in 105 and 2. And they're off. Sovereign Tail hustled along, but here comes I'm Phantom from the outside. A real scramble for the pace. Calm Cool in the center with Silent Princess and Kind of Blue Kitten. They are 5 across the track as they go into the opening turn. Wiccan Sense in good position along the inside, racing 2.5 lengths better than Thirsty Date, and the early trailer will be Tacky on Speed. Round the turn and into the backstretch they go. It's Sovereign Tail with a neck advantage over Kind of Blue Kitten. Silent Princess is back into third, racing on the outside of Calm Cool, who's in a pocket saving ground. I'm Phantom is wide on the course, 1.5 lengths better than Wiccan Sense. Wiccan Sense only 2.5 lengths off the leaders, racing in 6th. Then it's 2 to Thirsty Date and another 2 to Tacky on Speed. The opening quarter was 24 flat. Room up the rail for Calm Cool. She shoots up the inside and takes the lead. Kind of Blue Kitten still racing in second on the outside. Wiccan Sense is into third. I'm Phantom fourth, racing wide. Silent Princess trying to get going. Thirsty Date launches a rally up the inside as Sovereign Tail drops the anchor. And trying to get going from the back is Tacky on Speed. Calm Cool leads past a half in 48 and 2. There's less than a quarter of a mile to go. They swing for the drive, and it's Calm Cool in control. Wiccan Sense angles out to launch a bit, and up the inside, here comes Thirsty Date. Wiccan Sense takes the lead from Calm Cool. Thirsty Date rallying up the inside. It is these two, Wiccan Sense and Thirsty Date. These two long shots duking it out with 1/16 of a mile to go. Wiccan Sense has the advantage. Here comes Thirsty Date. One last push down to the wire. Thirsty Date gets up. It's Thirsty Date over Wiccan Sense, then Calm Cool and I'm Phantom. About 7 furlongs and 129 flat. And they're off. Diamondback lunged a bit at the sharp, but showing speed nonetheless. He's a shooter also going for the lead, and between them, here comes Grand Gizmo to contest the pace. Private Network landing in a good spot from fourth with Loquacious to his outside. Then we have Thelonious. Big Brown Brewski is dropping back with Santiago Salsa. He's a Shooter emerges on top, a length better than Grand Gizmo. Diamondback is going to be 3 wide. These 3 have opened up 6 lengths on the next flight of Private Network, Loquacious, and Thelonious. Then 2 more to Santiago Salsa and Big Brown Brewski. Quick opening quarter of 22 and 4. They've got 5 furlongs left to travel, and He's a Shooter has opened up 2 lengths. Diamondback has the head in front of Grand Gizmo. It's another 6 to Private Network, racing in third. 2.5 more to Thelonious, then Loquacious. Big Brown Brewski is on the outside, and Santiago Salsa trails. 45 and 3 to the half. They go into the far turn, and He's a Shooter is trying to give them the slip. The lead is up to 6 lengths. Diamondback is second. Grand Gizmo could not keep up. He has dropped anchor. Private Network into third. Thelonious trying to rally up the inside. Big Brown Brewski is also making ground. Santiago Salsa has now passed Loquacious, who's under a drive. At the quarter pole, it's still He's a Shooter. 6 furlongs in 1:11 and 1. He's a Shooter still has the lead, but Thelonious looking very dangerous under Juan Crawford. Big Brown Brewski also trying to get going from the back. He's a Shooter still holding a 2.5 length lead. Thelonious into second. Big Brown Brewski and Santiago Salsa down the far outside. He's a Shooter holding the lead. Thelonious is there, but He's a Shooter going to hold on. He's a Shooter, an impressive performance, 1 3/4. Thelonious was second, then Big Brown Brewski and Santiago Salsa, 1 mile and 70 yards and 1:43 and 2. And they're off. Showing speed from the inside is Unstable Storm with Sign on the Dotted Line second. Irish Raider ridden along to keep up in third with Sailing the Islands racing on the outside in fourth. Making the Viking is wide on the course, and the early trailer will be Cowboy's Sequel. Into the turn they go. It's Unstable Storm at 3 to 5, leading by a length and a quarter over Sign on the Dotted Line. Sailing the Islands moving well in third in the 2 now 3 path, and fourth is Irish Raider. It's a gap of 7 to Making the Viking, and Cowboy's Sequel still at the back. 22 and 3 for the quarter. Unstable Storm maintaining the lead but drifting out as they swing for the drive. Sailing the Islands moving well into second. Past Sign on the Dotted Line. Irish Raider along the inside. It is still Unstable Storm trying to hold off Sailing the Islands. Unstable Storm drifting out. Sailing the Islands trying to rally up the inside with plenty of room, but Unstable Storm is still holding the lead. Down to the wire in the middle of the racetrack, it's Unstable Storm and Omar Marino. Unstable Storm wins over Sailing the Islands. Then it was Making the Viking and Irish Raider. 5 furlongs and 59 and 3. And they're off. Seeds of Grandeur lunged a bit at the start. Chrome's Big Break being hustled for the early lead. It's going to be Chrome's Big Break to set the pace. Emerald Lake is racing in second with Thunder Heavy Rain to her outside. Sweet Serenade is wide on the course. Pluie d'Avril saves ground. Then we have Brienne of Tarth, and the trailer is Seeds of Grandeur. Chrome's Big Break is shaken loose to a 3-length lead. It's Chrome's Big Break as they turn into the backstretch. Racing in second is Emerald Lake. Thunder Heavy Rain to her outside in third. Pluie d'Avril saving ground. Sweet Serenade is 3 wide with Brienne of Tarth racing between horses. Then it's a gap of 3 to Seeds of Grandeur, who has 10 lengths to make up on the leader. The opening quarter is 23 and 4. It is Chrome's Big Break looking to take this field all the way. Emerald Lake is racing Content in second. Thunder Heavy Rain third with Pluie d'Avril fourth. 2 more lengths to Sweet Serenade racing on the outside of Brienne of Tarth, and Seeds of Grandeur yet to launch a rally. 47 and 3 to the half. It is Chrome's Big Break still in charge. Emerald Lake is inching closer from second, now asks for a little more. Thunder Heavy Rain third, Pluie d'Avril moving well in fourth, and here comes Sweet Serenade from the back with less than a quarter of a mile to go. It is still Chrome's Big Break. Deshaun Gaskin still is a statue on top. Emerald Lake is coming in second. Pluie d'Avril looking for room from third. Sweet Serenade is trying to launch a rally, and here comes Seeds of Grandeur from the back. Emerald Lake is ranging up to Chrome's Big Break. Seeds of Grandeur rallying. Pluie d'Avril shut off along the rail. It's Emerald Lake, but Seeds of Grandeur last to first. Seeds of Grandeur gets up. Seeds of Grandeur over Emerald Lake, then Sweet Serenade, Pluie d'Avril, and Thunder Heavy Rain. About 7 furlongs in 1:27 and 2. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fort Erie Racetrack on a lovely Tuesday afternoon. Partly cloudy outside, currently 25 degrees Celsius or 78 Fahrenheit. Not much of a wind blowing despite the 7 miles per hour on screen. Main track is listed as fast and the turf is good with the rail out 12 feet, 29 minutes to post for an 8-race card here at the Fort. This year marks the 15th anniversary of the Fort Erie Live Racing Consortium. The FELRC is proud to celebrate its 15th anniversary of independently operating the Fort Erie Racetrack. Visit our website, forterieracing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Tune into the pre-race show to get info about track conditions, scratches and changes, handicapping selections, and info about upcoming races and events. If you're on track with us tonight, be sure to stick around. After the last race, we'll have our free concert featuring Stuck in the 90s, sponsored by Golfy Team. The 2024 Basset Hound and Corgi races are coming up on Sunday, August 18th. Dogs will take to the track after the last horse race of the day. Fluffy the Clown will be on hand on the upcoming Corgi and Basset Hound Day, and then she will be back for Track-O-Lantern on October 14th. And just a reminder that beginning on August 26th, our regular Monday, Tuesday races will begin at 3 p.m. Labor Day racing coming up on Monday, September 2nd at 12 o'clock, featuring the fan favorite Puss in Boots Cup, as well as the Horse People's Luminary Cup, and much more going on the track on Labor Day. Mark your calendars. The 89th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes is coming up on Tuesday, September 10th. Post time will be 1 o'clock. Fort Erie's Track-O-Lantern brings Halloween fun for families to the racetrack. Starts at 12 o'clock on October 14th. Head down to the Paddock Shack for burgers, hot dogs, sausages, fries, and poutine, plus beer and soft drinks, located near the walking ring. Be sure to book your table in the Turfside Dining Room, open on live racing days. Reservations are recommended. Treat your team to an exciting day at the races. It's only $13.50 per person. The track pack includes 1 food item, 1 drink, and a Fort Erie live racing program. For more information, go to our website. Become a member of HPIBet.com today. Get $100 when you bet $100, plus your first bet is on us. Tune into Your TV Niagara for the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. Pick 4 and Pick 5 pools guaranteed at $10,000 today. The Pick 5s begin in races 1 and 4. Pick 4s in races 2 and 5. Jackpot High 5 carryover is up to $61,416. Jackpot High 5 wagering offered in today's 8th race. Smoking is allowed in designated areas only at Fort Erie Racetrack. No food or beverage are allowed in these areas, and no cannabis is allowed on the property. Changes on today's card. Race 1 is clear. No changes in the first. No changes in race 2. Race 3, no changes. In race 4, we have an overweight on the number 6, Rohiz, 6 pounds over at 116. In race 5, we have an overweight on the number 3, You See Me. The rider will be 6 pounds over at 116. And Vet Scratch the number 6, About a Boy. No changes in race 6. A couple of rider changes in race 7. The number 1, Mr. Banjo Man, will now be ridden by Jason Hoyt. Number 2, Feel the Beat, new rider is Leo Salas. And Stewart Scratch the number 5, Sunyani. In race 8, we have a rider change on the number 3, Thy Kingdom. Make the rider Juan Crawford. So, joined here today by marketing manager James Kulik, here to talk about the upcoming Basset Hound and Corgi races. James, what are we looking forward to next week?
Well, we've got the brand new Corgi races. The dog races have proved popular. As anyone who's been here has seen, we got some big crowds. And so during the off season, we asked our friends on Facebook if they wanted to see another race. People said yes. we put it to a vote, and we had Chihuahuas and Bulldogs. We had a whole big list there, and Corgis finished first place. It was a very tight vote, 7 votes. They beat out Chihuahuas. We were this close to having Chihuahua races, but the Corgis proved just a little bit more popular, so we're bringing in the Corgis.
I had a good friend who was almost heartbroken that it was not Chihuahuas, but
there does seem to be some demand for Chihuahuas. Maybe next year, if we're going to add another one, we'll go in with the Chihuahuas.
I often tell people often ask me what the crowd is on Wiener Dog Day, and I say it's one of the biggest days of the year. It rivals Father's Day in Prince of Wales. We had, I think, 8 Wiener Dog races on a couple of weeks ago. How are we feeling for the upcoming?
So we're going to have 3 Basset races, and then the finale to crown this year's Basset champion. And then after that, we're going to do 6 Corgi races, and then we'll crown the Corgi champion. And then what's fun is we're going to have a Battle of the Breeds grand finale where Thor, you remember Thor from the Wiener Dogs a couple weeks ago? Thor is coming back for this Sunday, and we're going to have a Battle of the Breeds where Thor, our reigning Wiener Dog champion, is going to face off against the #1 Basset and the #1 Corgi, and we will crown a grand champion for the fastest dog at Fort Erie this year.
So history will be made next Sunday. You won't want to miss it. What else is going to be going on the track aside from the dog races?
Well, we got a lot of people to feed, so as usual, we're going to bring in a lot of food trucks. Our ever popular taco truck is going to be back, alongside the Venezuelan guy that we bring in who does these pataconias. I've never had a pataconias. I had one last time. Really good. It's deep fried plantains on the bottom, shredded meat, and then cheese curds on top. Oh, this is one of the best meals I've ever had from food trucks. So lots of awesome food trucks out there to keep everyone full of delicious food. And then crowd favorite, Fluffy the Clown. Everyone loves Fluffy the Clown. The kids love Fluffy the Clown. She'll be making her Wiener Dog balloons. I don't know if she can make a Corgi and a Basset balloon. That might be a little tougher, but she'll be there with the kids either way.
Well, it'll be a good challenge for Fluffy. We are always happy to have Fluffy the Clown on hand at Fort Erie. We hope to see a good crowd out for our final Sunday card of the year. James, thanks for coming up.
Cheers, thanks.
Now let's get into our selections for today's 8-race card. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. We're going to go 5 1/2 furlongs for a claiming price of $4,000. Field of 5 to kick off the day here at Fort Erie, and my top choice is the number 4, Classy Boy. Classy Boy was a winner against 6,000 non-winners of 2 on July 8th, stalked the pace and kicked clear in the final 1/8 of a mile. Been off just over 5 weeks now, comes back taking a drop in price for his first start against non-winners of 3. Should be the one to beat for Sofia Vives and trainer Sharon Chicotto. The number 1, General Command, is plunging in after a disappointing effort against 8,000 non-winners of 3. Bait and Switch is a pretty good rival. He was second at that price back on July 15th, now takes the halving in value in for $4,000. Amanda Vandermeer is going to ride for trainer John Sims, who's having an absolutely terrific meet. And the number 3, Reload Bullet, could be a speed factor here. He came up empty on the turf course on July 22nd. Gets back to the dirt where he has had both of his wins. Maybe if he gets loose on the lead, he could take them a long ways. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races in 2024. It's a 5-furlong sprint for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000. We have some absolute rockets in this field, but I think the fastest of the fast will be the number 3, Shaku Maku. Deshaun Gaskin going to ride this Tony Alderson trainee. Shaku Maku's last race came at Ajax Downs in a mixed breed race against quarter horses going 870 yards, which is just shy of a half mile. He actually didn't break good that day. He broke a bit slow. Tony Phillips had to rush him up to catch up to Had to Be Relentless, and he prevailed by a nose at the wire. Shaku Maku should be able to break much better than that, and he is the fastest horse in this race if he does get a good break. So I'm expecting a good run out of Shaku Maku. Number 1, Free Square, could be the closer to take advantage of a real pace meltdown here. If Shaku Maku can't hold, or if somebody's quick enough to go with him, maybe a Red Maple, Free Square should be sitting in a good spot to come and rally. He was 4th last time against a very tough group, Granger County, Core, and Mr. Banjo Man. So I think he will be a better factor at this $8,000 level. Then the number 6, Mobilizer, is a long shot I think is worth considering. If we had had some rain, I would really like Mobilizer. I think he's very good on a wet track, but his last couple of races haven't been great. He dueled in the Granger County race and got tired on the turn. On the right day, though, this horse is capable of a good effort. Markley Buchanan riding for owner-trainer Howard Keene. Race 3 is a claiming race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race this year or which have never won 4. 6 furlong sprint for $4,000 claiming. I'm going with the number 6, Luema here. Luema came up a little bit flat on July 16th in the slop, and she can run on a wet track, so I don't know why she was flat that day. But if you look at the rest of her form, it's pretty good. She ran 3rd behind Moonbright, who came back to win again yesterday off the claim back on July 2nd. So Luema, if everything sets up well, I think she could be good enough to beat this field. Number 2, Roadmap, was a distant 4th in her first start of the year on July 30th. Obviously took her a while to get to the races this year. Now that she has a start under her belt, she should be tighter. She did win her 2nd start of the 2023 season, so I'm hoping that added fitness helps out Roadmap. Leo Sala's riding for trainer Josh Robillard. Then the number 5, Sweet Finale, comes out of the same race as Roadmap, finished 3rd, 2 1/4 lengths in front of that foe. Has been 3rd in both of her last 2 starts. Sweet Finale, I don't love her as a win prospect, but she does grind along in all these sprints. Could earn another check for trainer Roy Augustino and rider Kirk Johnson. Race 4 is our first turf race of the day, a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, going about 7 furlongs. Field of 7 to kick off the late pick 5. Top choice here is the number 2, Amy's Girl, making her 2nd start off of the claim for trainer Roy Augustino and rider Markley Buchanan. Amy's Girl had a wide post in a 5-furlong turf sprint on July 29th and ran on well to be 3rd behind Awesome Spirit Gal, who came to Fort Erie by way of Dubai, not a horse lacking in class. Amy's Girl gets a little bit more distance and could be a speed factor. I think she will fare well against this group. Number 1, In It to Win It. Ran a pretty good 4th at Woodbine in her first start of the year on July 25th, but was drifting out quite a bit in the stretch. Makes her 2nd start off of the layoff here. Fraser Abley coming down to ride for trainer Patrick Dixon. If she can move forward off of that Woodbine effort, I think she'll be a factor. Then the number 4, P.T. Bossette. This daughter of Perfect Timber has been in 2 dirt sprints, was entered for the turf on July 15th, but the race got rained off. I think this horse will step up on the turf. I don't know how much talent she has, but I definitely think she will be a better turf horse than a dirt runner. Race 5 is a maiden claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, going 6 furlongs for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750. Scratch of the first-time starter, number 6, About a Boy. 20-1 morning line, number 4, Beer Mosa. Private purchase, moves to the barn of trainer Julie Mathis, Kirk Johnson going to ride. Beer Mosa ran a buyer figure at Woodbine on May 25th. That puts him in the hunt here. He was dead last that day. He has only beat 1 horse in 3 starts this year at Woodbine. He has not been competitive. But by speed figures, his best race was a sprint at Woodbine back in May. He's dropping in for $4,000. He's getting back to a sprint after trying a mile and 16th last time. I think he might be at home here at Fort Erie. We're going to see what we get. I think for 20-1, you can take shots on a lot worse horses. Number 1, Final Run for Love, is another Julie Mathis trainee, a homebred for Bruno Chickadans with Alexis Sanchez riding. Final Run for Love made a bid late on the turn and looked like a threat, but gave way and finished 4th behind Autumn So Flashy. That was his first start here at Fort Erie. Makes his 3rd start of the season now, so he's figuring things out, getting more fit. I think he could run very well here today. Then the number 7, Opeachy, is dropping in from the 3 tries at the 62.50 level. Came up flat last time out on July 22nd in the same race that Final Run for Love exits. Drops in for $4,000 and should be grinding on for a minor share. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Sharon Chicotto. Race 6 is an open allowance race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, going 5 furlongs. Pretty solid field of 6 to kick off the final pick 3 on the card. There's a new face to Fort Erie here. Number 2, I'm a Beast, coming down from Woodbine for trainer Dave Borsk and Jose Campos. Dave Borsk having a decent little meet up at Woodbine. I'm a Beast hasn't run since April. She finished 3rd behind Miss Vivian and Verdejo, 2 very nice horses. That's an allowance optional $32,000 claiming at Woodbine. Very tough condition. You don't win that with a weak horse. So this is major class relief for I'm a Beast. She should like the dirt. She has pedigree for it. She's a 6-time winner. She's going back on Lasix notably for her second start of the year. Has some quick breezes up at Woodbine. We'll see what she can do in her Fort Erie debut. Number 1, Big Ginger, was very troubled when finishing second on July 2nd in her Fort Erie debut behind stablemate Nice Baby. Then came back 13 days later in a sloppy track, dueled on the lead, and gave way to be fourth. I think Big Ginger fits with this group of horses. I like her cutting back to 5 furlongs. I like her getting back to a fast track. So hopefully Big Ginger will be more live this time. Pietro Moran coming down with the ride for trainer Tony Adamo. Then the number 5, Forest B, has had about a month off, comes out of the same race that Big Ginger exits. She dueled on the lead with Big Ginger and gave way to be 5th. She made quite a few starts in a short period of time, so it's nice to see her have the month off. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer Dale Powell. I think she's a factor now that she's a little more fresh. Race 7 is a starter optional claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or claiming price of $10,000. 6 furlongs the distance. Top choice here is the number 7, Granger County. Tony Adamo and Icon Racing Stable send this one out with Sofia Vives up. Granger County was a winner at this level on July 29th, stalked early, made a bid on the turn, and was able to hold off Core. He's 2 for 3 so far here at Fort Erie. He got beat by Vinny Van Gogh on July 7th, and Vinny Van Gogh, one of the nicer sprinters here at the Fort. So I think Granger County looks like the one to beat in his bid for his 3rd win of the season. Number 8, Core. 4 starts this year and yet to be worse than second. He was a half length behind Granger County last time out. Scored a nice win over Alacritus and Sunyani on July 15th. Pierre Mailhot and Robert Warner have always been a live combo here, so I expect another good effort out of Core. Then the number 4, Alacritus, made his first start of the year on July 15th. Dueled on the lead and was outkicked by Core. Has that start under his belt now, should be a little bit more fit. Edgar Zenteno and Kevin Buttigieg team up on this 9-year-old son of Nonios. Last race of the day, race 8 is a 62.50 claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. We're going to go about 7 furlongs on the turf course. Field of 10 for the jackpot high 5. The carryover is over $60,000. I'm going with the number 4, Sensible Portions. Josh Robillard and Sofia Vives teaming up. Sensible Portions was 3rd behind Dots Vision and Union Colonel, 2 very back-classy old horses on July 29th. That was for $5,000, but that was the non-winners of 4 or non-one of the year condition. Definitely tougher than these non-winners of 3. So with the class relief, his 3rd start off the bench, I think Sensible Portions is sitting on a good effort here. Number 1, River of Babylon, came up empty on the dirt on July 29th, his first Fort Erie start. Can't fault him. Not all horses take to the dirt, so now he gets back to the turf course, which he has raced well before. He has raced well on turf before, despite his record. He was a pretty good 4th on the turf at Woodbine back on July 5th. Draws a good post and reunited with Jason Hoyt, who won on him at Woodbine on July 21st. Then the number 7, Justin's Way, dropping in after coming up flat in an 8,000 claimer on a sloppy dirt track. His last win was his last start on the turf back on August 22nd of last year, so I think he will be a better factor getting back to the turf track. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Mark Fournier. So there you have it, 8 races coming up today, 11 minutes to first post. Best of luck with all of your wagers and enjoy your day here at Fort Erie Racetrack.
It's easy to make a bet on HPIBet.com. Follow these simple steps and you'll be betting in no time. First, go to the HPIBet.com website. Sign in to your HPIBet account. Find the track and race you want to bet on. Click on the Place Bet button. Click on the bet type you want to wager with. Click on the amount you want to wager. Click on the horse you want to wager on. Click on the green Place Bet button. Review your bet confirmation information. It's all done. Remember, all this can be done on most mobile devices. Now cheer on your pick to victory.
Field is making their way on track for today's first race. Race 1 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3 races. Going for a claiming price of $4,000, traveling a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs, competing for a purse of $13,500. Race 1 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 5 wagering. That pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 1 post parade, number 1 is General Command. Amanda Vandermeer's rides for trainer John Sims and owner Harvey Bussey. Number 2 is Bails Him Out. Juan Crawford in the saddle for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. Number 3 is Reload Bullet. Kirk Johnson has the call for trainer Roy Augustino and owner B11 Incorporated. Number 4 is Classy Boy. Sofia Vives rides, Sharon Chicotto trains, Carmen Demizio and Mary Biamont own. Completing the field, number 5 is Sensing Holiday. Terry Husbands rides for trainer Danny Wills and owner Jeannie Ryan. 1 minute to post for race 1, $10,000 guaranteed early pick 5 begins here. Starting gate taking position, not too much time left to get your race 1 wagers in. Battling for favoritism, the number 4 Classy Boy at 6-5 and the number 1 General Command at 7-5. Early pick 5 wager guaranteed pool of $10,000 begins here. Field for race 1 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. First to come up will be General Command and Amanda Vandermeersch. Bails him out and Juan Crawford to gate 2. Reload Bullet and Kirk Johnson. Goes up. Classy Boy and Sofia Vives, currently favored at 6-5. Last up will be Sensing Holiday and Terry Husbands. All set. And they're off. Reload Bullet out well from the center. Classy Boy is also showing up. General Command going to land in a stalking spot with Bails him out to his outside. And Sensing Holiday trying to make an advance. The whole field is within a length and a half as General Command advances along the rail to put the pressures on. Bails him out is racing between horses with Reload Bullet 3 deep. Classy Boy takes back, and the trailer is Sensing Holiday. Into the turn they go. The opening quarter was a contested 22-3. General Command has backed into third as Reload Bullet and Bails him out continue the speed duel. Classy Boy has sat off throughout. He's fourth on the outside with Sensing Holiday 3 lengths off the lead in last. Just over a quarter of a mile to go. Reload Bullet and Bails him out still head and head, but here comes Classy Boy, and now General Command angles to the far outside. They're 4 across the track at the head of the lane. Classy Boy has now put the head in front. General Command got in a bit tight, now looking for room, trying to get into second past Reload Bullet, but Classy Boy is shaken clear. It's going to be Classy Boy and Sofia Vives to open up the day. A perfect trip going on to an easy 2.5 length score. Reload Bullet held second over General Command and then Sensing Holiday. 5 1/2 furlongs and 105-1. Unofficial in race 1, the winner is number 4, Classy Boy. Second, number 3, Reload Bullet. Third, number 1, General Command, and fourth, number 5, Sensing Holiday. Unofficial race 1 order, 4-3-1-5. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's first race, number 4, Classy Boy. Classy Boy is a 4-year-old bay gelding by the Big Beast out of I'm Classy and Sassy, bred in Florida by Alex and Joanne Leiblong. Ridden to victory today by Sofia Vives, Classy Boy is trained by Sharon Chicado for Carmen Demizio and Mary Biamont. 2 consecutive wins for Classy Boy, his 3rd lifetime win in 13 career starts. He completes the 5 1/2 furlong distance in a time of 1:05 and 1. Congratulations to the connections of Classy Boy. Hold all tickets until race 1 is made official. Race 1 is official. Prices are up. Classy Boy returns $460 to win, $290, $210. Second, number 3, Reload Bullet, $590 to place, $290. Third, number 1, General Command, $210 to show. $2 Exacta, 4-3, $27.90. The $1 Try, 4-3-1, $36.15. $1 Super, 4-3-1-5, $69.95. Race 2 is coming up in 18 minutes. There are no changes. Field is making their way on track for today's second race. Race 2 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have not won 2 races in 2024. Going for a claiming price of $8,000 down to $7,000, traveling a distance of 5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $22,200. Race 2 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent early pick 4 wagering, that pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 2 post parade number 1 is Free Square. Leo Salas riding for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickedans. Number 2 is Red Maple. Sophia Vives pilots for trainer Kendra Wichorek and owner Racing Stables. Number 3 is Shaku Maku. Deshaun Gaskin riding for trainer Tony Alderson and owner Ryan Alderson. Number 4 is Ace Destroyer. Kirk Johnson in the saddle for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 5 is Lion of the Sea. Michael David rides. Jeff Voice trains and pardones with Herb McGurr Jr. Completing the field, number 6 is Mobilizer. Mark Lee Buchanan riding for owner-trainer Howard Keene. Early pick 4 wagering coming up here in race 2. The pool guaranteed at $10,000. Field for race 2 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite at 7-5 is the number 4, Ace Destroyer. Ace Destroyer on a 4-win streak. First to load will be Free Square and Leo Salas. Red Maple and Sofia Vives. Shaku Maku, a last out winner at Ajax Downs with Deshaun Gaskin. Shaku Maku goes up. Ace Destroyer and Kirk Johnson. Steps up at 7-5. Lion of the Sea and Michael David. Last down will be Mobilizer and Mark Lee Buchanan. All set. And they're off. Showing speed from the inside, Red Maple. Here comes Shaku Maku blasting through to take control. It's going to be Shaku Maku on top. Red Maple second on the inside of Mobilizer with Ace Destroyer racing between them. Free Square is saving ground with Lion of the Sea, the trailer, as they race into the turn. Shaku Maku, 2.5 lengths clear. He went the opening quarter in 21 and 3. Ace Destroyer is now a clear second. Mobilizer third while racing 3 wide. Free Square is splitting horses with Red Maple on the inside and Lion of the Sea yet to make an impression. They swing for the drive. It is Shaku Maku on top. Ace Destroyer still has 3.5 lengths to make up. Free Square down the outside of Red Maple, but Shaku Maku still looking strong on the front end. It's Shaku Maku and Deshaun Gaskin up by 4. Ace Destroyer second. Free Square rallying with Mobilizer, but coming down to the wire, nobody's going to get to Shaku Maku. Shaku Maku goes all the way by 3 lengths. Ace Destroyer second, then Free Square and Mobilizer. 5 furlongs and 57 and 1. Unofficial in race 2, the winner is number 3, Shaku Maku. Second is the 4, Ace Destroyer. Third, number 1, Free Square, and fourth, number 6, Mobilizer. Unofficial race 2 order, 3-4-1-6. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's second race, number 3, Shaku Maku. Shaku Maku is a 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Reload out of Bursay, bred here in Ontario by Jennifer Ludi. Ridden to victory today by Deshaun Gaskin, Shaku Maku is trained by Tony Alderson for owner Ryan Alderson. Shaku Maku now 2 for 2 on the season. He beat the quarter horses at Ajax back in June, and now he wins on his home turf, completing the 5 furlongs in a time of 57-1. Congratulations to the connections of Shaku Maku. Hold all tickets until race 2 is made official. And race 2 is official. Shaku Maku returns 770 to win, 330 and 270. Second, number 4, Ace Destroyer, 440 to place 240. Third, number 1, Free Square, 210 to show. $2 Exacta, 3-4, 21.30. The $1 Try, 3-4-1, 18.60. $1 Super, 3-4-1-6, 62.75. $2 Double, 4-3, $17 even. And we'd like to wish a very happy birthday to Kay Fortune. Happy birthday, Kay. You the best, and I hope you're having the best day imaginable. And a reminder that coming up on Tuesday, August 20th, we're going to have a free concert featuring Dustin Bones. Concert will begin after live racing finishes. Canada's best Guns N' Roses cover band. Donations for strong Fort Erie neighborhoods are welcome. We will be having a food drive on Dustin Bones night. Race 3 is coming up in 17 minutes. There are no changes.
2 races down, still 6 to go here on a beautiful Tuesday evening here at Fort Erie. Race number 3 up next, 6 furlongs here on the main track for fillies and mares in for that $4,000 tag. And I think looking at this group, it's a pretty competitive group, maybe a couple of different horses to consider. I did land on the number 3, So Brianna, who's 5-1 on the morning line. Had a feeling we necessarily wouldn't get this price. She's going to drop into a lower tag. We saw her for 5-2 starts back, most recently for 6, and in both of those performances, similar sort of styles where she was chasing the pace, and she tired in both of them. I just wonder if the class relief is enough for her to get the job done in here. Third start off the long layoff. Horses usually get back into form at this point, and at least even on that little step up last time out, in terms of claiming price, her numbers took a little bit of a step forward as well. Chrome's Big Break, who won that race 2 back, has won several races here this meet so far. Strike the Pose was a horse that was dropping prior from some allowance level competition for those condition non-winners of say 2 or 3. So I do think this is a softer group that she's going to face and maybe gets the right trip here for Daniel Wills. The number 2, Roadmap, another one that obviously can improve. Second start off that long layoff. When we saw her 2 starts ago, that was back on September 5th. So there's still about a month and a half left to that meet. We didn't see her in those 6 weeks. Then when we finally saw her this year, it was July 30th. So it had been a long time for her. She only beat 1 horse in there. She does have to face Sweet Finale again in this field. I just think with historically how she's been, look at her last year. She needed a race to get race ready, and then in her second start off the layoff, she took a big step forward and was able to pick up that second career win. And last year, she was very good. She had 2 wins from those 5 starts, and she will need some pace to run at, though. You can typically see she tries to close from off of it. And finally, the number 6, Luema, so I used in the 3rd spot. Thought she was a little disappointing last time out, kind of looking at her efforts. I thought 6.5 would be okay for her. She's going to cut back to 6, though. Her effort 2 starts back at the distance was a good one because look at the winner there, Moonbright. Moonbright has already won 3 races in 2024, was able to win a nice race to graduate and kind of get that allowance level non-winners to 2 life. And yesterday actually was a winner here, very game winner earlier on the Monday program. So in terms of what she's faced, I think that race 2 back was a really nice performance from Luema and hopefully can rebound after that disappointing performance last time out. Very proven here at the distance and over the Fort Erie, the main track. But wide open event, a lot of directions to go. Ultimately, thought the number 3, So Brianna, had some upside, as I mentioned, making that 3rd start off the layoff. Best of luck here in the 3rd.
Field is making their way on track for today's third race. Race 3 is a claiming race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, which have not won a race in 2024 or which have never won 4 races. Going for a claiming price of $4,000, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $13,500. Race 3 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 3 post parade number 1 is Creative Performance. Pierre Mailhot riding for trainer John Sims and owner Harvey Bussey. Number 2 is Roadmap. Leo Salas has the call for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 3 is So Brianna. Alexis Sanchez in the saddle for trainer Danny Wills and owners Becklawat Stable and Zona Pereira. Radcliffe Racing Stable owned the number 4 Miss Sadu. Edgar Zenteno rides for trainer Josh Robillard. Number 5 is Sweet Finale. Kirk Johnson rides for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Mary Lynn Augustino. Number 6 is Luema. Melanie Pinto in the saddle. Mike Blake trains for the partnership of Ascot Stud, James Wilworth, and Rachel Stalker Parks. Completing the field, number 7 is Orbiting the Sky. Deshaun Gaskin riding for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Not too much time left to get your race 3 wagers in. The betting board pretty competitive. Slight favorite at 5-2 is the number 5 Sweet Finale. 3-1 on the 6 Luema. 7-2 on the 2 Roadmap, and 4-1 on the 1 Creative Performance. Any of these 4 could end up favored when the gate opens. Starting gate is taking position for race 3. And race 3 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Set to begin loading for the 3rd race. First to come up will be Creative Performance and Pierre Mailhot. Roadmap, one of 2 for Radcliffe Racing Stables and Josh Robillard. Leo Salas aboard. And stablemate Miss Sidhu up next with Edgar Zenteno. So Brianna with Alexis Sanchez up next, gate 3. Sweet Finale goes in with Kirk Johnson, Luema, and Melanie Pinto. Last in will be Orbiting the Sky and Deshaun Gaskin. All set. And they're off. Luema broke well. Creative Performance asked for speed from the rail. So Brianna also going to be forwardly placed. Sweet Finale racing in a pack with Orbiting the Sky wide on the course, advancing into 3rd. Roadmap moving up the inside into contention. The early trailer is going to be Miss Sidhu. They begin to sort themselves up. Up front, it is Creative Performance, a neck better than So Brianna. It's a gap of 4 to Orbiting the Sky, Roadmap, and Sweet Finale racing between horses. Then Luema alone in 6th, and the trailer is still Miss Sidhu. The opening quarter was 22-2. They race into the 3 furlong pole. Creative Performance still has a short lead over So Brianna. Orbiting the Sky racing in 3rd on the outside of Roadmap. Luema moving well in 5th. Sweet Finale asked for a little more from 6th, and still trailing is Miss Sidhu. Half and 46-2, they swing for the drive. So Brianna and Creative Performance have been head and head throughout. Orbiting the Sky is in 3rd, trying to make up ground with Roadmap. Sweet Finale down the outside, and Luema not firing. It is still So Brianna with a short lead from Creative Performance. Orbiting the Sky trying to get closer. Orbiting the Sky the main threat. So Brianna with a short lead. Creative Performance trying to dig in, but on top it's going to be So Brianna. So Brianna by a head over a game. Creative Performance, then Orbiting the Sky. Closing late was Miss Sidhu, 6 furlongs and 1:12-3. Unofficial in race 3, the winner is number 3, So Brianna. Second, number 1, Creative Performance. Third, number 7, Orbiting the Sky. And fourth, number 4, Miss Sidhu. Unofficial race 3 order, 3-1-7-4. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's third race, number 3, Sobriana. Sobriana is a 5-year-old chestnut mare by Reload out of Skyla is Gold Lined. Bred here in Ontario by Bonnie Kirkwood Pivoy and Northern Dawn Stables. Ridden to victory today by Alexis Sanchez, Sobriana is trained by Danny Wills for Becklawat Stable in Zona Pereira. First win of the season for Sobriana, her third lifetime win in 17 starts. She completes the 6 furlongs today in a time of 1:12:3. Congratulations to the connections of Sobriana. Hold all tickets until race 3 is made official. And race 3 is now official. $2 exacta 3-1, 88.20. The $1 try 317, $200.15. $1 super 3174, $939.50. $2 double a pair of threes 46.70, and the $1 pick 3 79.85. And the Free Summer Concert Series is back at the Tiki Bar on select Tuesdays this summer. The remaining schedule is on screen now. Concerts begin after the last race, usually about 7:30. And if you're on track with us tonight, be sure to stick around for the concert featuring Stuck in the 90s, sponsored by Golfy Team. Changes for race 4, we have an overweight on the number 6, Rohees. The rider will be 6 pounds over at 116. 19 minutes to post.
Race 4 is our first of 2 turf races today. This is a maiden special weight event for fillies and mares, about 7 furlongs on the turf course. And if you are playing the late pick 5, this is the time to get involved with those bookends here on the turf. Some nice races on the dirt as well in between, a competitive sequence. And looking at this maiden special weight event, I'll kick things off here with the horse on the rail, the number 1, In It to Win It. This one for Pat Dixon, Fraser Abley, Down to Ride. When you look at that last out effort, sure, you can say and look at her, she hasn't hit the board in 5 starts, but she put in one heck of a race last time out to rally from off the pace. She finished 4th. She was beaten by 2 1/4 lengths when it was all said and done. And let's not forget, she was towards the back of the pack early on, almost dead last, had to fan wide. Just really the most unideal trip that you could get, but to see how well she was able to close, I think if she's able to get a little bit better of a trip, I think she is simply the horse to beat on here. So that's why she's 2-1 on the morning line, going to take a lot of love here in this upcoming 4th. But other horses to consider, the number 4, PT Bosset. Been waiting for this day, waiting to see her on the turf course. We saw her debut on the dirt, where she was simply second best behind Cherry Gardens, who was a runaway winner, who had some form at other tracks, came here and just kind of decimated that field. And then in that most recent outing, when she tried the dirt again, they stretched her out. But main thing is she chased the pace in there. It was over the off going, and she just did not seem to handle the off main track. It was sloppy that day, and I just think she's a horse that probably needs more ground. So with here coming to the turf course and then stretching out around 2 turns, I think that's going to really enable her to kind of, take a step forward here. So I like her. The connections, always a duo to watch. Melanie Pinto, Mickey Neubauer, high percentage combination. And finally, I was looking for a price underneath. I would go with a horse here that doesn't have a lot of race day experience. That's the number 5, Lucky Louise. This one out of the Richie Davis barn. Edgar Centeno was aboard for that debut. It was at this level. It was at this distance. There was a little bit of moisture in the turf course that day. And while this one was 3rd best, you have to read into the race a little bit. Naughty and Nice for Julie Mathis went to the front, opened up a sizable lead on the field, and just stayed in front. Really, no one closed in that event. Naughty and Nice went on to win by over 10 lengths in that spot. So that really kind of eats into that margin of defeat. This horse really wasn't that far off of second when it was all said and done. Pedigree suggests turf. We just know with these maidens, it can really kind of click in that 2nd or 3rd career start. So I do think she has some upside, where some other horses in here, they've had some opportunities and they really haven't shown too much to date. So if I was looking for a price, the 5 would be the horse that I use underneath. But looking at this race on paper, this field of 7, I found it really tough to look past the number 1, In It to Win, and off that most recent performance. Another one just making that 2nd start off the layoff. Best of luck here in the 4th.
Field is making their way on track for today's fourth race. Race 4 is a maiden allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up. Traveling a distance of about 7 furlongs over the turf course, competing for a purse of $21,600. Race 4 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 5 wagering. That pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 4 Post Parade number 1 is In It to Win It. Fraser Abley riding for trainer Patrick Dixon and owner Colebrook Farms. Number 2 is Amy's Girl. Mark Lee Buchanan riding for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Ian Ricardo Brown. Number 3, Impeccable Timing. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Michael Bellissimo. Charles Fipke owns the number 4, P.T. Bossette. Melanie Pinto in the saddle for trainer Mickey Neubauer. Number 5 is Lucky Louise. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Richard Davis and owner Hesty Sport Incorporated. Number 6 is Rohiz. Matthew Dennis has the call for trainer Noel Williams and owner Laura Williams. Completing the field, number 7 is Ferocious Queen. Michael David rides. George Newland trains and part owns with Curtis Rodhay. 1 minute to post for race 4. $10,000 guaranteed late pick 5 begins here. Set to begin loading for race 4, start of the late pick 5 on today's card. First up will be the current favorite, In It to Win It at 3-2 under Fraser Abley. Amy's Girl and Mark Lee Buchanan, one of 2 for trainer Roy Augustino. Amy's Girl fractious behind the gate. And they're trying to load Amy's Girl without the rider, currently to no avail. They're going to try opening the front of the gate to get Amy's Girl in. And it looks like Amy's Girl is in now. Mark Lee Buchanan to climb back aboard. Impeccable timing, and Kirk Johnson up next. P.T. Bosset and Melanie Pinto to gate 4. Lucky Louise, Edgar Zenteno in the colors of Hesty Sport. Rohiz and Matthew Dennis. Last in will be Ferocious Queen and Michael David. Ferocious Queen is in. We're all set. Just an equipment adjustment on Ferocious Queen. So stand by. Field is waiting patiently in the starting gate. All set. And they're off. A clean beginning. Lucky Louise hustled out, as is Amy's Girl from the inside. Impeccable timing, also forwardly placed. Ferocious Queen is deep on the course. Amy's Girl had to tap on the brakes as Lucky Louise angled towards the inside. Racing in fifth, trying to save ground, is Ruiz, about 2 lengths better than PT Bosset, and the trailer will be in it to win it. Assuming control by 2 lengths, it's Lucky Louise. Impeccable timing is racing in second, 2 lengths better than stablemate Amy's Girl as they turn into the backstretch. The opening quarter is 23-4, and the field is well sprung out. It's another 5 back to Ferocious Queen racing in fourth. She's a length and a half better than Ruiz and PT Bosset, who races a pair, and still at the back is in it to win it. Lucky Louise maintaining the lead, 2 lengths better than Impeccable Timing. Amy's Girl comes off the inside to launch a bit as they race into the far turn. It's a gap of 7 back to Ruiz, Ferocious Queen. Wide on the course, PT Bosset, and the trailer is in it to win it. 48 flat to the half, midway round the turn, and now Lucky Louise is taking some pressure from Amy's Girl. Impeccable Timing, 3 lengths back in third. PT Bosset launches a rally. She's into fourth, about 6 lengths off the leaders. Then we have Ruiz in it to win it, and the new trailer is Ferocious Queen. Amy's Girl now head and head with Lucky Louise. It's 3 lengths back to Impeccable Timing. PT Bosset trying to rally, but now Amy's Girl takes control. It's Amy's Girl and Mark Lee Buchanan. Impeccable Timing is coming, and here's in it to win it. 5 across the track. Amy's Girl trying to hold, but Impeccable Timing takes the lead. In it to win it, last to first. It's in it to win it, and Fraser Abley. Impeccable Timing was second, then PT Bosset and Amy's Girl. About 7 furlongs and 128-2. Unofficial in race 4, the winner is number 1, In It to Win It. Second is the 3, Impeccable Timing. Third, number 4, PT Bosset, and fourth, number 2, Amy's Girl. Unofficial race 4 order, 1-3-4-2. And race 4 is now official. Now returning to the winner's circle, the official winner of today's 4th race, number 1, In It to Win It. In It to Win It is a 3-year-old bay filly by Flintshire out of Game, bred here in Ontario by Sean Fitzhenry. Ridden to victory today by Fraser Abley. In It to Win It is trained by Patrick Dixon for Colebrook Farms. In It to Win It takes her Fort Erie debut, breaking her maiden in attempt number 6, completing the about 7 furlong distance in a time of 1:28 and 2. Congratulations to the connections of In It to Win It. And prices are up. In It to Win It returns $4.20 to win, $2.50, $2.10. Second is the 3, Impeccable Timing, $3.50 to place, $2.50. Third, number 4, PT Bossette, $3.10 to show. $2 Exacta, $1.3, $12.20. The $1 Try, $1.34, $33.65. $1 Super, $1.342, $59.45. $2 Double, $3.1, $47.30. And the $1 Pick 3, $104.65. Changes for race 5, an overweight on the number 3, You See Me, 6 pounds over at 116. And vet scratch the number 6, About a Boy. 19 minutes to post.
Well, we saw maiden special weight competition in race number 4. We stick with the maidens here in race number 5, but we switch to the main track, 6 furlongs, and these are maiden claimers in for 4,000. And it's an interesting group. I mean, there's a lot of horses in here when you look at it. They've had their shot to break their maiden. 2 stick out, right? They're 0 for 18, they're 0 for 24, but at least they can pick up those minor shares. And there's a couple of others that you have a first-time starter, you have a horse just making that 3rd or 5th career start. So it's a little tough to handicap. I went on the side of using a horse that had sort of limited race experience, and moments ago I noticed the betting public did too, that being the number 1 Final Run for Love, who was 5-1 on the morning line, and when I looked 2-3 minutes ago was the current favorite. And looking at the efforts, obviously on debut, was over on the Tapeta up at Woodbine. 7/8 was the distance, was in for the $7,500 tag, and really never got going. Was at the back of the pack and trailed throughout. But I did like that last time out on July 22nd. This one came Fort Erie for the first time. It raced for Julie Mathis as well for the first time, and had to sort of chase the pace in there, and did tire to finish 4th, but missed by less than 4 lengths. Drops another level today, 2nd start in the barn. I just feel like he has some upside and maybe can kind of get in the winner's circle in just his 3rd career start. But other ones to look at, the number 5, Delirio. This one for connections that they have a win here this meet. They won with Red Maple 2 starts ago with that runner. We saw him square off today in race number 2. Delirio, he's shown at least a little bit of something in those last 2. 2 starts back was at about 7/8 on the turf course. That was around 2 turns. He tracked throughout. He was 3rd best in there, but he only missed by 5.5, and he was, behind Opeachy, who he has to face again in here, but I don't mind that performance. It was his career best Beyer speed figure. And then to see him last time out, he got to the dirt. He was going 6.5. He was against technically tougher competition. He was in that $7,000 to $8,000 maiden claiming game. And he only beat 1 horse. He was well beaten. But I'm wondering what's going to happen today. You can see a different rider in this spot. And I just feel like he's shown at least a glimpse of maybe the ability to get a piece, especially at this $4,000 rank. And finally, the number 7, I already mentioned his name. It's Opeachy. This one out of the Sharon Staccato barn. Not sure what happened last time out. This horse took a lot of play, went off at about 2-1 in there, and just kind of trailed throughout, was 6th or 7th throughout, never made up ground in those final stages, but 2 starts back, I actually really liked his turf effort. I thought he handled the 2 turns on the turf very well and was able to make up some ground, but you can see his dirt races, he's been hit or miss. He is 4 for 7 here on the main track, and now he's going to drop in for the lowest tag of his career, and maybe that's enough for him to get the job done. You can see a rider change as well, so we'll see if he can get back on track. But he is 0 for 18, so I did find it a little tough to use him on top. Would it be shocking to see him win? No. Some of his races, he does have some of the best figures in here, but I went on the other side of it and thought I'd use a horse that lacks some race day experience, and that's why ultimately I went to the inside, the number 1 Final Run for Love. Best of luck here.
Field is making their way on track for today's fifth race. Race 5 is a maiden claimer for 3-year-olds and up. Going for a claiming price of $4,000 down to $3,750, traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $15,000. Race 5 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, 20-cent pick 3, and 20-cent late pick 4 wagering. That pool guaranteed at $10,000. Race 5 post parade number 1 is Final Run for Love. Alexis Sanchez riding for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. Number 2 is Best and Final. Pierre Mailhot in the saddle for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 3 is You See Me. Matthew Dennis riding for owner trainer Dale Powell. Number 4 is Beer Mosa. Kirk Johnson pilots for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Alicia Robillard. Number 5 is Delirio. Leo Salas has the call. Kendra Wichorek trains for Racing Stable. Scratch the 6. Number 7 is Opeachy. Juan Crawford riding for trainer Sharon Chicado, who owns in partnership with Diane Nellist. Completing the field, number 8 is Frack City. Larry Munoz rides for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Late pick 4 wagering offered here. That pool guaranteed at $10,000. Not too much time left to get your race 5 wagers in. The current favorite at 5-2 is the number 1, Final Run for Love. 7-2 support on the 7, O-Pee-Chee. 4-1 on both number 2, Best and Final, and number 4, Beer Mosa. So pretty competitive wagering board here for the start of the late pick 4. Starting gate is taking position. Last call to get your race 5 wagers in. And race 5 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Set to begin loading for the start of the late pick 4. First up will be Final Run for Love and Alexis Sanchez. Best and Final in the orange blinkers with Pierre Mailhot. You See Me and Matthew Dennis. You See Me steps up. Beer Mosa makes his Fort Erie debut with Kirk Johnson. Delirio, the gray with Leo Salas. Delirio goes up. O-Pee-Chee, currently the slight favorite with Juan Crawford. O-Pee-Chee goes in. Last up will be Frack City and Larry Munoz. All set. And they're off. Beer Mosa broke a bit slowly. Delirio is showing speed with Frack City on the outside and O-Pee-Chee racing between them. Advancing along the inside into early contention is Final Run for Love. Then we have You See Me racing in 5th, 2 lengths better than Best and Final. And Beer Mosa is the trailer. Early speed duel between Frack City and Delirio. These two are head and head as they race past the half-mile pole. The opening quarter was 23 seconds flat. Final Run for Love stalking from 3rd on the inside of O-Pee-Chee. You See Me is 3 wide into the turn, then it's 3 lengths back to Best and Final, and Beer Mosa at the back. Midway around the turn, 5/16 of a mile to go. Delirio with a very narrow advantage over Frack City. O-Pee-Chee angles 3 wide to launch a bid. Final Run for Love asks for more. Here comes Best and Final, splitting horses trying to launch a rally with You See Me 3 deep and Beer Mosa still at the back. 46 and 4 to the half. It is O-Pee-Chee on top. O-Pee-Chee takes the lead from Delirio. Frack City is tired. Here comes Beer Mosa from the back with Final Run for Love, but it is O-Pee-Chee up by 2. Beer Mosa trying to make a race of it. Still has 2 lengths to make up on O-Pee-Chee. Coming down to the wire. O-Pee-Chee trying to hold on. O-Pee-Chee prevails. O-Pee-Chee by a half length over Beer Mosa, then Final Run for Love. A photo for 4th between Best and Final and Delirio. 6 furlongs and 1, 12 and 4. Unofficial in race 5, the winner is number 7, O-Pee-Chee. Second is the 4, Beer Mosa. Third, number 1, Final Run for Love. And fourth, number 2, Best and Final. Unofficial race 5 order, 7-4-1-2. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's fifth race, number 7, Opeachy. Opeachy is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Cold Harbor out of Miss Forum, bred here in Ontario by Jakara Farms Corp. Ridden to victory today by Juan Crawford, Opeachy is trained by Sharon Chicado, who owns in partnership with Diane Nellist. That is a double on the card for trainer Sharon Chicado. Opeachy breaks the maiden in attempt number 19, completing the 6 furlongs in a time of 1:12:4. Congratulations to the connections of Opeachy. Hold all tickets until race 5 is made official. And race 5 is official. Prices are up. Opeachy returns $870 to win, $440 and $330. Second, number 4, Beer Mosa, $690 to place, $470. Third, number 1, Final Run for Love, $330 to show. $2 Exactus, 7-4, $63.20. The $1 Try, 7-4-1, $128.25. $1 Super, 7-4-1-2, $465.50. $2 Double, 1-7, $18.60. $1 Pick 3, $146.05. $1 Pick 4, $407.25. And the $1 Pick 5, $843.15. And we had a couple of claims out of race 5. The number 1, Final Run for Love, claimed by Amanda Ezra, moves to the barn of trainer Jimmy Goldenberg. Also claimed was the number 5, Delirio, for Mackenzie Ingram, moves to the barn of trainer Joe Humber. Race 6 is coming up in 17 minutes. There are no changes.
Race 6 is the feature for the girls today. This is an allowance event, 5 furlongs here on the main track, a field of 6, and 5 local horses, a fresh face in the form of the number 2, I'm a Beast. But when you look at those local horses, I think they're all a little happy that there's a name that isn't in the entries, that being Mountain Sound, who's been a very nice horse here on the grounds. They've had to square off with her several times, and she's not in this spot today. Maybe that gives a couple of other horses get back on track. When we looked early in the meet, horses like Can't Beat the Cats, Forest B, they were able to kind of kick off the meet in a big way, and maybe their form is tailed off just a little bit, but very classy group top to bottom in here. And I'll start here with the number 1, Big Ginger. This is one of the Tony Adamo barn. They claimed this horse earlier this year up from a race at Woodbine. This horse dropped in for 7,500. They picked this one right out of there, and she was able to dominate that group. She won by 5 1/4 lengths when it was all said and done. And in her first start here, her only start over a fast dirt track, she was second behind Nice Baby, her stablemate. And on paper, to me, it looked like Big Ginger should have won that race, but her stablemate just got the jump on her and was able to take them on the front end in a very nice performance. And then last time out, Big Ginger got in a little bit of a speed duel on that off track, and it set up pretty good there for the closers. Mountain Sound just was able to kind of circle a lot of that field and get the job done. So wondering what's going to happen today. I think the fast track helps Big Ginger, and mainly she's going to cut back from 3/4 of a mile to the 5 furlong distance. But looking at some others in here, I mentioned the name, the number 5, Forest B. I know she disappointed last time out, but she was part of that duel between Big Ginger early on, and she faltered. Another one that I think benefits from the cutback in distance. In her first dirt race of the year back on June 16th, she was a very game second behind Can't Beat the Cats in the long run aftercare. And I think from a pace perspective, sure, she got a little bit of second-itis. She likes to get the minors, but I think she should be forward from the gate, and maybe she can hang around for a share in there. We'll see what price we get on her. She was 5 to 1 on the morning line, and she's coming in here off a really nice drill, 36-1, a bullet, which she did have a couple of bullets prepping for her first 2 races of the year. Finally, the number 2, I'm a Beast. This is the newcomer here. Has yet to try the dirt in the career, but this mare is by the Big Beast. It's a Florida bred. I think from a dirt perspective, should be fine over the surface. Very curious about the trip that this one will get. It's been a little bit since she's been in the winner's circle. Her win came back, most recent win, I should say, on September 7th up at Woodbine, 5.5 on the Tapeta, $25,000 is the claiming price. And then in her following start, you can see these connections, $32,000 was the claiming price that she was picked up from. And in 2024, we've only seen her once. She was in a tough spot. She was 3rd in that field of 7. It was a good performance. The runner-up came back to win next time out. It was at today's 5/8 distance, but we haven't seen her since April 27th. So we'll have to see, I should say, if she can be ready to roll here off the freshening. But new surroundings and well as new footing. That's always a tall task as well. But I think from a pedigree perspective, as I mentioned, she should be just fine. And while this is only a field of 6, a very competitive field where I think top to bottom, you can make a case for any of these 6 fillies and mares. Good luck.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll turn your programs forward to race 7, we have a late rider change being announced for the first time. In race 7 on the number 8, Core, Pierre Mailhot will be off. The rider will now be Deshaun Gaskin. Put Deshaun Gaskin on number 8, Core, in race 7. The weight remains at 124 pounds. Field is making their way on track for today's sixth race. Race 6 is an allowance race for fillies and mares 3-year-olds and up, traveling a distance of 5 furlongs, competing for a purse of $24,600. Race 6 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent super, and 20-cent pick 3 wagering. Race 6 post parade number 1 is Big Ginger, Pietro Moran riding for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Number 2 is I'm a Beast, Jose Campos in the saddle for trainer David Borsk and owner Lisa McCallum Smith. Number 3 is Can't Beat the Cats, Sofia Vives has the call for trainer Julie Mathis and owner Bruno Schickadans. JMR Gemma, the number 4, Melanie Pinto riding. John Sims trains and part owns with Denise Carpenter. Dale Powell owns and trains the number 5, Forest B. The rider is Kirk Johnson. On screen now, number 6 is Silver Candace. Mark Lee Buchanan riding for trainer Julie Mathis and owner David Mathis. 1 minute to post for race 6, final pick 3 of the card offered here. Field for race 6 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. 4 to 5 favorite is the number 2, I'm a Beast, coming down from Woodbine. First to load will be Big Ginger and Pietro Moran. I'm a Beast and Jose Campos. Can't Beat the Cats and Sofia Vives. JMR Gemma with Melanie Pinto. Forrest B and Kirk Johnson. Last up will be Silver Candace and Mark Lee Buchanan. All set. And they're off. Forrest B broke a bit slowly. Can't Beat the Cats rushing out for the early lead, but here comes Big Ginger along the fence. Stalking early is I'm a Beast with Silver Candace wide on the track and JMR Gemma racing between horses. And the trailer after the slow beginning is Forrest B. Big Ginger slips up the rail and puts the head in front of Can't Beat the Cats. The lead is now a length. JMR Gemma racing in third. I'm a Beast saving ground from fourth, being joined by Forrest B with Silver Candace now trailing while racing 3 wide. It is Big Ginger, but Can't Beat the Cats comes right back on to apply the pressure. JMR Gemma is in third, angling to the outside. Forrest B is now fourth. I'm a Beast has stalled, and Silver Candace also at the back. It is Big Ginger and Can't Beat the Cats locked in battle with 1/8 of a mile to go. JMR Gemma has 2 lengths to make up, and Forrest B is fourth. Big Ginger now going better than Can't Beat the Cats. It's Big Ginger extending the margin. Big Ginger and Pietro Moran going on to a 2.5 length score. A photo for place between JMR Gemma and Can't Beat the Cats. Fourth was Forrest B. 5 furlongs and 58 flat. Unofficial in race 6, the winner is number 1, Big Ginger. It's a photo for place. Hold all tickets. In the place photo, it's number 4, JMR Gemma, over the number 3, Can't Beat the Cats. Fourth is number 5, Forrest B. Unofficial race 6 order is 1-4-3-5. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 6th race, number 1, Big Ginger. Big Ginger is a 6-year-old chestnut mare by Shackelford out of Let's Forget It, bred here in Ontario by Paul Buttigieg. Pietro Moran takes his first Fort Erie victory in his first Fort Erie mount. Big Ginger is trained by Tony Adamo for owner Icon Racing Stables. That's Big Ginger's 2nd win of the campaign, her 4th lifetime win in 35 starts. She completes the 5 furlongs in a time of 58 flat. Congratulations to the connections of Big Ginger. Hold all tickets until race 6 is made official. And race 6 is official. Prices are up. Big Ginger returns $7.80 to win, $4 $3.10. Second, number 4, JMR Gemma, $3.60 to place, $2.90. Third, number 3, Can't Beat the Cats, $3.40 to show. $2 exacta, 1-4, 24.20. The $1 try, 143, 36.15. $1 super, 1435, $113.90. $2 double, 7-1, 59.60. And the $1 pick 3, 59.80. On screen now is the place photo for race 6. The 2024 Basset Hound and Corgi races are coming up this Sunday, August 18th. Dogs will take the track after the last horse race of the day. And visit Fort Erie Radio on Facebook or Instagram to find out how you can win a VIP package for our Corgi and Basset Hound races. "17 minutes to post for race 7. We have a few changes. A rider change on the number 1, Mr. Banjo Man. Make the rider Jason Hoyt. Rider change on the number 2, Feel the Beat. Make the rider Leo Salas. Stewart scratch the number 5, Sunyani. And a rider change on the number 8, Core. Make the rider Deshaun Gaskin.
It's race 7, so you know what that means. Late double time here, and this is a 6 furlong event. Starter optional claiming competition for the boys. And just looking at the double, it's a nice sequence here. You do get the boys here squaring off in the sprint, and then you wrap it up with a claiming event, but a nice 2-turn race on the turf course with a really nice field. And when you look at this group, ton of speed in here. You have horses like Mr. Banjo Man, Alacritus, Sanyani. I don't think he's necessarily the quickest, but he likes to be somewhat forward, have to reload one in gate to wire fashion. Core, Granger County, a lot of speed signed on in here. I did go with one of those speed horses, but I think the number 4, Alacritus, has at least shown a couple of times that he can close from off of it, or he can sit just off of a hot pace. And I thought last time out, off that long layoff, it was a really nice start from him. We hadn't seen him since September. They tried him at the 5 against this level. And just second best. Core ended up being able to get the job done and was forwardly placed. And it was a nice performance for Core, but also for Alacritus, just with that layoff in mind. I thought last year he had a beautiful campaign here. He won 3 races in a row, 2 at the 5.5 furlong distance. And I just think we're going to see a much improved performance from this 9-year-old second off the layoff. Other horses, though, to maybe consider in this spot. A 7, Granger County. Another hard-knocking vet in here. He's an 8-time winner in his career. He enters this race fresh off a win at the level, going slightly shorter. But, you know, when you look at the way he won, and I say this often with Sofia Vivas, just the way that she rides, she lets horses kind of get into their natural rhythm out of the gate, doesn't kind of pound them out of the gate, doesn't really force them to get to the lead. And I think that break really worked out well for him, because you can see he broke sharp, but then she let him get into a rhythm and then asked him to go forward and ended up getting the job done. So looking at a trip like that, I think that works out really good at the 6 furlong distance. 2 starts back at the 6 furlong distance. He was just second best, behind Vinny Van Gogh, a speedster in his own right. And sure, Granger County can win on the front end, but I think he's another one that shows that versatility to sit the right trip. And I think you need horses like that in this spot today. Finally, the number 6, Have to Reload. This one for Michael Blake has had a really good meet so far. Huge performance last time out, a career best buyer speed figure of a 79. And when you look at this field and what they've done this year, that's the biggest buyer out of this whole group. He took it in gate to wire fashion. 6.5 furlongs was the distance. And honestly, looking at his races before that, I just never thought we'd see him on the lead. Yes, he was stretching out in distance, but he still went some really quick fractions. A sub 23 opening quarter, but it was really the half that stood out to me. 45-3 for the half mile in that 6.5 furlong event. He was able to hold on in the end to win by a head. So another one, yes, he's shown speed. He's a 3-time winner here, and we've seen him take him gate to wire twice, both with Melanie Pinto and the irons. But that other win that he got last year over the mud, he's another one that was able to sit. So his versatility might come in handy, and it's hard to ignore that big figure last time out. But we'll look with the old timer in here, the number 4, Alacritus, to hopefully get his first win of the year and that second start off the long layoff. Good luck.
Field is making their way on track for today's 7th race. Race 7 is a starter optional claimer for 3-year-olds and up, which have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or less in the last 2 years, or going for a claiming price of $10,000. We're traveling a distance of 6 furlongs, competing for a purse of $21,300. Race 7 offers win, place, show, exactor, 20-cent try, double, 20-cent superfecta wagering. Race 7 post parade, number 1 is Mr. Banjo Man. Jason Hoyt picks up the mount for trainer Dale Powell and owner Up Top Racing Stables. Number 2 is Feel the Beat. Leo Salas inherits the mount for trainer Warren LeBlanc and owner Trinity Racing Stables Incorporated. Number 3 is Paperback Hero. Mark Lee Buchanan pilots for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Reggie Johnston. Colebrook Farms own the number 4 Alacritus. Edgar Zenteno rides for trainer Kevin Buttigieg. Scratch the 5. Number 6 is Have to Reload. Melanie Pinto riding for trainer Mike Blake and owners Ascot Stud, Mike Blake Sr., Mark Stout, and Rachel Stalker Parks. Number 7 is Granger County. Sofia Vives has the mount for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Completing the field, number 8 is Core. Deshaun Gaskin picks up the mount for trainer Robert Warner and owners Robert and Nancy Warner. Late double wagering offered here in race 7. Ladies and gentlemen, by order of the stewards, we have a late scratch being announced here for the first time. Steward scratched the number 3, Paperback Hero. Win, play, show, exactor, try, super, and double beginning in race 7 wagers on Paperback Hero will be refunded. There'll be a consolation double on the double beginning in race 6. And if you had Paperback Hero in any pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5 wagers, you will inherit the post-time favorite. Once again, that is a late steward scratch of the number 3 Paperback Hero in race 7. Race 7 field is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Current favorite at 6-5 is the number 7 Granger County as we kick off the late double. First in will be Mr. Banjo Man and Jason Hoyt. Feel the Beat and Leo Salas. Alacritus with Edgar Zenteno. Have to Reload and Melanie Pinto. Have to Reload goes up. Granger County and Sofia Vives. Still favored at 6-5. Last up will be Core and Deshaun Gaskin. All set. And they're off. A level beginning. They're all showing some speed. Mr. Banjo Man up the inside. Alacritus. Here comes Core deep on the track. Taking back from the early tussle is Granger County. Feel the Beat is trying to advance into the pack with Have to Reload. The top 5 are separated by a length, with Granger County sitting at the back. With a short advantage, it's Alacritus, ahead better than Have to Reload, who's advancing on the outside. Mr. Banjo Man right there along the rail. Core is now in a stalking position from 4th, racing on the outside of Feel the Beat, and Granger County still at the back, but only 3.5 lengths off the leaders and now winding up in the 3-path. The opening quarter was a quick 22-2. Have to Reload now shaking a length clear of Mr. Banjo Man and Alacritus. Granger County moving well on the outside and Core also angling wide. Feel the Beat is tapped out. 45-2 to the half. It is Have to Reload. We've lost a rider on Core. Have to Reload has the lead. Mr. Banjo Man is second. Granger County is stalled from third. Alacritus is fourth, and it's well back to Feel the Beat. It is Have to Reload leading the charge. Coming down to the wire. They're not going to get to Have to Reload. Have to Reload wins by 2. Mr. Banjo Man just holds second from Granger County, and then Alacritus. 6 furlongs in 1:10-4. If you're on the rail, please move back. As the loose horse is running towards the rail, please move back from the rail. Stewards have posted the inquiry sign involving the spill at the head of the lane. Stewards' inquiry into the running of race 7. Hold all tickets. Unofficial race 7 order is number 6, Have to Reload. Second, number 1, Mr. Banjo Man. Third, number 7, Granger County. And fourth, number 4, Alacritus. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of today's 7th race, number 6, Have to Reload. Have to Reload is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Reload out of Officer Mary, bred in British Columbia by Shamrock Racing Stables. Ridden to victory today by Melanie Pinto. Have to Reload is trained by Mike Blake for owners Ascot Stud, Mike Blake Sr., Mark Stout, and Rachel Stalker Parks. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, please back away from the outside rail as we attempt to corral the loose horse. Steward's inquiry is still in progress. Stewards have ruled there was no interference in race 7. There will be no change. Race 7 order 6174 will be posted official shortly. Race 7 is official. Prices are up. Have to Reload returns $760 to win, $470, $260. Second, number 1, Mr. Banjo Man, $1370 to place, $450. Third, number 7, Granger County, $220 to show. $2 exacta 6-1, 70-60. The $1 try, 617, 70-25. $1 super, 6174, $267.45. $2 double, 1-6, 36.50. The consolation double with the late scratch number 3, $7.50. And the $1 pick 3, $109.20. We had a claim out of race 7. The number 2, Feel the Beat, claimed by Bruno Schickadans, moves to the barn of trainer Eric Raganoff. Race 8 is coming up in 17 minutes. We have a rider change on the number 3, Thy Kingdom. Make the rider Juan Crawford. And ladies and gentlemen, we have a late scratch being announced here for the first time in race 8. By order of the stewards, scratch the number 6, Prince for a Day. Prince for a Day, a late scratch here in race 8. Win, play, show, exactor, try, superfecta, and jackpot high five wagers on Prince for a Day will be refunded. There'll be a consolation double paid out on Prince for a Day, and if you had Prince for a Day in any pick 3, pick 4, or pick 5 wagers, you will inherit the post-time favorite. Once again, a late scratch of the number 6, Prince for a Day, here in race 8.
Race 8 is up next, our final race on the Tuesday program, and about 7 furlongs on the turf course. A claiming event here, $6,250 is the claiming price, and this is for non-winners of 3 life. And looking at this group top to bottom, some interesting horses in here. I'll kick it off though with the number 4, Sensible Portions. This one for Josh Robillard. When I've looked at a couple of horses from his barn this year, I felt like the second or third start is what they've certainly needed, and this horse really took a step up last time out. off a 5th place finish, then was 3rd last time out, was closing nicely. Also got that additional ground, stretched out from 5 ace to 7 ace. I think now sticking at the 7 ace, second time going long, 3rd start off the layoff. I think he'll be just fine. And you look at the nightcap yesterday, different group, a little obviously a tougher group with the competition, but horses were able to close in there. And I think this might be okay for him over this turf course. And Sofia Vivas has the mount, first time climbing aboard the 6-year-old son of Society's chairman. Other horses in here, the number 3, Thy Kingdom. You look at him, he's had his fair share of chances to get that 3rd victory, but you can see his first time in the barn last year, he was able to get that 2nd lifetime win. And I really loved his turf race first off the layoff last year. He's a horse that, going into that race, he had tried the turf before, was never in the money, but the trip that he was able to get, he closed from pretty far off of it to finish 3rd. He was 4 lengths behind Gus's Gamble, but the key thing there, the winner, Wilberforce, in terms of a turf horse, he's proven time and time again that he's a very competitive turf horse. He was 2nd last year in the Puss in Boots, and just a couple of weeks ago had a really game 3rd place finish up at Woodbine on the grass against a tough group of competition at 72-1. So when I look at Wilberforce, I think he's one of the best turf horses on this property, and I think when you look at how this horse ran, Thy Kingdom, a very well-meant 3rd in that field. When you look at him physically, very, very good-looking son of Animal Kingdom. And finally, the number 1, River of Babylon. This one, 2nd time in the barn of Anthony Adamo. Didn't fire on the dirt last time, and sometimes you don't know. Super Speedies tend to be very good on the dirt, but this one seemed to want no part of it. Maybe didn't like the kickback, was towards the back of the pack, and sometimes on the dirt, when horses get the kickback, they kind of call it a day and check out. And I do think that was the case with this gelding last time out. Now, he is going to get on the turf. He's 0 for 4, in the money on the turf, but the effort 2 back going 5.5 kind of sticks out to me up at Woodbine. I thought it was a really good effort. He closed from off of it. Be very curious to see what the tactics are here with the inside draw, because in those races, he's needed some pace help. But even the race at 7.5 on the inner, he was a well-meant 4th. I think if the pace is good enough in here, he should be closing late. But all in all, a really nice way to wrap up another week of racing here at Fort Erie. Don't forget, we don't wait till Monday next week to get back into racing. Sunday, we have that 12 p.m. post. And after the thoroughbreds are done, we do have the Corgi and Basset Hound races. So we hope to see you here for a beautiful, hopefully, Sunday at the Fort. Good night.
Field is making their way on track for today's 8th and final race. Race 8 is a claiming race for 3-year-olds and up, which have never won 3. Going for a claiming price of $62.50 down to $6,000, traveling a distance of about 7 furlongs over the turf course, competing for a purse of $19,800. Race 8 offers win, play, show, exactor, 20-cent try, 20-cent super, and 20-cent jackpot high five wagering. The carryover is just over $62,000. Race 8 Post Parade number 1 is River of Babylon. Jason Hoyt riding for trainer Tony Adamo and owner Icon Racing Stables. Howard Keene owns and trains the number 2, Same Again Doc. The rider is Brandon Boulanger. Number 3 is Thy Kingdom. Juan Crawford picks up the mount for owner trainer Luther Shirley. Number 4 is Sensible Portions. Sofia Vives in the saddle for trainer Josh Robillard and owner Radcliffe Racing Stable. Number 5 is Street Serenade. Amanda Vandermeersch pilots for trainer Steve Cathcart, who owns in partnership with Joseph Roberto. Scratch the 6. Away from parade, number 7 is Justin's Way. Edgar Zenteno riding for trainer Mark Fournier, who owns in partnership with Scott Leith and Dean Zaniel. Six Brothers Stable own the number 8, Gus's Gamble. Kirk Johnson riding for trainer Ken Albu. Number 9 is Hardware Gap. Alexis Sanchez has the call for trainer Roy Augustino and owner Even Stevens Stables Limited. Completing the field, number 10 is 2-year contract. Michael David riding for trainer Louis Cappy and owners Christina Ramjatin and partner. Jackpot high five wagering offered here in race 8. We are on the turf to close out the day. Starting gate taking position on the turf course. Not too much time left to get your race 8 wagers in. 3-1 favorite is the number 8, Gus's Gamble. 7-2 support on the number 1, River of Babylon, and the 7, Justin's Way. Very competitive race to close out the day here at Fort Erie Racetrack. $62,000 in the Jackpot High 5 carryover. And a reminder that after this last race, Stuck in the 90s will be on stage by the Tiki Bar. Field for race 8 is behind the starting gate. It is now post time. Set to begin loading for the nightcap. Jackpot High 5 wager on the turf course to close out the day. First up will be River of Babylon and Jason Hoyt. Gate 2 for Same Again Doc and Brandon Boulanger. Juan Crawford aboard Thy Kingdom. Sensible Portions and Sofia Vives. Street Serenade and Amanda Vandermeersch will be up next. And now they've got Street Serenade in. Justin's Way and Edgar Zenteno. Gus's Gamble with Kirk Johnson. Hardware Gap with Alexis Sanchez. Last up will be 2-year Contract and Michael David. All set for the nightcap. And they're off. Gus's Gamble showing speed with Justin's Way. Sensible Portions also forwardly placed. Hardware Gap looking for position, going to be 3 wide into the turn with 2-year Contract 4 wide. Same Again Doc is racing on the inside of Street Serenade. And at the back, River of Babylon and Thy Kingdom. Gus's Gamble has taken the lead, a length and a half better than Hardware Gap, who's into second while racing 3 wide. Pocket spot for Sensible Portions with Justin's Way racing between horses. It's a gap of 3 to 2-year Contract. Another length to Same Again Doc, then Street Serenade. Two away to the trailing pair of River of Babylon and Thy Kingdom. The opening quarter is 23-4. Gus's Gamble now being pressed by Hardware Gap. Sensible Portion still saving ground from third with Justin's Way racing to his outside. 2-year Contract trying to make a move with Same Again Doc, then Street Serenade, River of Babylon on the inside with Thy Kingdom. 47 and 1 to the half. Gus's Gamble has shaken clear of Hardware Gap and extended the lead to 3. Sensible Portions angles around Hardware Gap with Justin's Way now 3 wide. Same again, Doc looking for room up the rail, and here comes River of Babylon from the inside, but Gus's Gamble has opened up 5 lengths at the head of the lane. It's Gus's Gamble. The main threat is Sensible Portions. River of Babylon launching a rally past Justin's Way, but Gus's Gamble is still in control. It's Gus's Gamble by 2.5. Sensible Portions trying to make a race of it. River of Babylon rallying from the back, but they're not going to get to Gus's Gamble. Gus's Gamble by 2, Sensible Portions second, Street Serenade third, then River of Babylon and Justin's Way, about 7 furlongs in 126 and 3. Unofficial in race 8, the winner is number 8, Gus's Gamble. Second is the 4, Sensible Portions. Third, number 5, Street Serenade. Fourth, number 1, River of Babylon. And for fifth for the jackpot high 5 was the 7, Justin's Way. Unofficial race 8 order, 8-4-5-1-7. Now returning to the winner's circle, the unofficial winner of tonight's 8th race, number 8, Gus's Gamble. Gus's Gamble is a 5-year-old bay gelding by Gamble's Exchange out of Trepose, bred here in Ontario by Gus Diacolucas. Ridden to victory today by Kirk Johnson, Gus's Gamble is trained by Ken Albu for Six Brothers Stable. First win of the season for Gus's Gamble, his third lifetime win in 18 starts. He completes the about 7 furlongs in a time of 1:26 and 3. Congratulations to the connections of Gus's Gamble. Hold all tickets until race 8 is made official. Race 8 is now official. Prices are up. Gus's Gamble returns $10 to win, $4.90 and $3.90. Second, number 4, Sensible Portions, $3.90 to place, $3.20. Third, number 5, Street Serenade, $5.60 to show. $2 Exacta, 8-4, 30-40. The $1 Try, 8-4-5, $141.45. $1 Super, 8-4-5-1, $521.35. $1 High Five, 8-4-5-1-7, $760.90. Multiple winning tickets in the Jackpot High Five, so the carryover into Sunday's card will be $71,390.43. $2 double, 6-8, 34.50. The consolation double with the late scratch number 6 will be $6.70. $1 pick 3, $163.65. $1 late pick 4, $878.25. And the $1 late pick 5, $1,265.65. Jackpot High Five carryover continues to grow. The pot on Sunday will be $71,390. Visit our website, FortErieRacing.com, for information about everything going on here at the track. Racing will be back next week at Fort Erie. Sunday, August 18th, we'll be kicking it off at 12 p.m. Then on Tuesday, August 20th, we'll be starting at 4:30. The Summer Concert Series is back at the Tiki Bar on select Tuesday nights. The schedule is on screen now. Concerts begin after the last race, usually about 7:30. And if you're on track with us tonight, be sure to stick around. Stuck in the 90s will be starting shortly. The 2024 Basset Hound and Corgi races are coming up this Sunday, August 18th. Dogs will take the track after the last horse race of the day. And be sure to visit Fort Erie Radio on Facebook or Instagram to find out how you can win a VIP package for the upcoming Corgi and Basset Hound races. Save the date. The 89th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes will take place on Tuesday, September 10th. First post will be 1 o'clock. Tune in to the Fort Erie Race Replay Show, Channel 700, Thursdays at 10:30 and Saturdays at 10. And that concludes the racing week here at Fort Erie Racetrack. We want to thank everybody for joining us for a solid week of races here at the Border Oval. We will be back on Sunday for Basset Hound and Corgi Day, so we hope to see a large crowd out for that event. From all of us here at Fort Erie, have a lovely Tuesday night.